Hello. Welcome dogs, Puddle, Non-PC, Trimtle, Debulicus, Pidots, Plove, Lady J as well. Welcome. Jesus Christ. Thanks dogs, thank you for the Christmas. Even though it's still November. That's a lot of bits though, is that okay? And thanks for clarifying, Plove. November isn't Christmas. That's like December, I'm pretty sure. Bit emotes. I'll make some eventually. I was right about Overwatch. Why have you suddenly turned on it? But yeah, thanks so much for the bits. Thanks for the chat reminder. Winner's queue. What's that? Is that like, you're winning really hard so they put you in a queue with the other winners? Oh, you win no matter what? I see. That's strange. Welcome Hyper Soldier Tangerus. I am pretty good today. I did not prepare enough stuff for today, so I am panicking a little. Today will probably be a bit more improv than the last one. But I think that's probably fine. Do you guys want to chat a little, or do you want to just start the thing? This session has nothing at all to do with Thanksgiving. There will not be a single turkey in sight. I think I'll do the schedule after the story thing. Some want chat, some want start. Are you going to have more fun times with Alice? Maybe, maybe not. It will depend on how the story unfolds, I suppose. I'll just make a poll. Are you still stuck to me? Who knows? It's a mystery. I have made a poll. It only lasts a minute though because I forgot to change the time. This story time also has nothing at all to do with Christmas. There are no brain balls and there never has been. If something involves balls, you really just like to say it. You guys tied the poll, which I have to say it's an evil action. How could you? You didn't vote. I forgot the timer. I mean, I told you it'd be a minute long. A vote for Bart is a vote for anarchy. I'll keep that in mind if I put him on any polls. Sorry dogs, it's okay, it was just a silly little poll, don't be sad. Also, I am using the model that frowns more often. Good evening, 20 committee. I think we'll start in like, I don't know, 10 or so minutes then. We can do a little chatting until then. Welcome, Gravity Wolf. What do I change to switch that? I guess I can just show you. It's a little meta though. So I set up two models. One is the one I use most of the time. The other one is the same thing but with different parameters on the facial tracking. Which is this one. Most of these are default models. The left one is the old numbers model, next is the regular one, and the current one is the one that is sad. What do you mean an H game? No H game looks like this. Trust me, I know. Why did I say it like that? How much screaming before I track myself to a default model? I don't understand the question. I have not played all H games. Also be careful with hats because when we do story time I might throw them into the abyss. You shouldn't redeem too many hats right now. Welcome Dragoon. Orb. You want to see me use a different model? Oh god, this feels so weird. I don't like being a different person. I want to be back in my own skin. Let's never do that again. Welcome Jusagi. Orb. Where do I put the image for the hat redeem? There's a hat suggestions channel on Discord that we use for this usually. Though technically I think you can post links in Twitch chat too. Though I prefer the Discord so I don't get attacked by suspicious links. The Flesh Puppet. That's just a default Tube Studio model. It comes with like 5 default models. I think that one is like Tube Studio's mascot. You want me and Purity to swap models? That might be neat. But I don't know what charity to support. I've never done anything charitable. Evil. Now you want me to be a cat? I don't like this. I don't want to look like this. Do not pet me. I should not have listened to chat, it was a trap. That sounds fun, Dragoon. Cake. I like that it rotates. This is going to make me hungry. I wouldn't say it's dysphoria, it's just not something I'm used to. I am sure if I got a new model that looked completely different, I could adjust to it after like a day or so. But still weird. I'm used to seeing this cat on the screen, not any other. What did I eat today? I had some chicken. I will not be swapping my body type winder. No, not KFC. I've never had KFC actually. At least I don't think I have. I am not really a big fan of fried chicken, to be honest. I don't like eating around bones and it's so greasy. Eating around bones is just annoying. I don't like it. Also, it feels like there's more bits that I do not want to eat. Tearing straight into the bone? That sounds gross. Some of you have more points than me. Kind of ridiculous. Though I think gift subs and stuff like that give you points. Closer to what? Gambling is supposedly 50%. Who knows if that's true though? I mean, I could just give myself 1 trillion points if I so desired. I control the point economy. Anyways, ready for story time? Or was there more stuff you wanted to ask? I adjusted it to 66% because it seemed like people weren't winning 50% of the time. But then you guys won like constantly, so I lowered it. Could I live with myself afterwards? Yeah, easily. Anyways, let me get the story ready. Help. The cake is possessed. I need to raid the flower. There we go. We'll do hats agent later. Again. Alright. There's glass on the floor, and dried blood here and there. You don't really know how you got here. You check around yourself, checking if you're alone. You don't see anyone else anywhere nearby. You check if you have your stuff, and you do. You're carrying a whole bunch of junk. You reach to your head, and you check for cat ears. You have them. You search the room for the source of that yummy blood, but it seems like whatever left the blood here is long gone. The blood has long since dried. You try to check if you have any superpowers. You jump into the air, trying to fly. You just fall down like normal. You try to pick up objects with your mind, but it doesn't work either. You look very silly doing this. You do realize that if you concentrate really hard, you can seemingly slow down time so that you can think about your actions though. You look down, you can see your body. You don't seem to be invisible. You try to press F1. It opens a new tab in the DMS Google Chrome, mildly inconveniencing them. You look to the door, it looks pretty openable. You check for anything else in the room, mostly just broken shards of glass. You peek open the door, and look outside. You try to press Alt plus F4, but nothing happens. You pretend you opened the door with your mind powers, but really you just used your hands. Though, when you think about it, you moved your hands with your mind, by thinking, so really you kind of did open it with your mind power. While you're thinking about that, you're also looking at this hallway. It's just filled with blood, not fresh though. It seems like something very bloody happened here at some point. The lights are flickering, and the walls are covered in scratches and signs of conflict. You think about how you were the one who definitely did this. With your immense mind power, you probably killed a dozen people here. So cool. You create a fantasy in your head, where you lift people and throw them around. Then you walk into the hallway and look around. On your left is a hallway that is not filled with blood, with some more rooms on the left side. There's also the bloodied hallway on your right side. You smell the dry blood. It smells. You rotate a cat in your brain to calm yourself. You swing your heavy halberd at the air to make sure you still can. You can. You bring your hands up to your face and you feel around. You have a flower coming out of your right eye. Nah, you say to yourself for no reason in particular. You use your cat ears as regular ears. You hear the sound of dripping water, some flickering light bulb noises. You think in the distance you can hear some kind of whispering. You check your hair, it's blonde. You feel kinda thirsty, worrying about this. You yell and tell the whisper, "Shut up, I am trying to think here." The whispers continue. You look down. You aren't wearing any armor, just some regular clothes mostly. You check your strength. You lift one of the objects in your possession. Feels about as heavy as normal. The odd object in your regular clothes would have to be the flower coming out of your eye. Though it's debatable whether a flower counts as clothing or an accessory. You go to the nearest door on the left and peek in, hoping to find supplies. It's a locker room. There's several lockers in here, and some scientist-looking suits on the wall. Some lockers are busted open, some are closed. There's some junk scattered on the floor too. You go to the third locker from the left, feeling good about it. You try to open it, but it seems to be locked with a padlock. You rattle it a little, and then you go put on one of the scientist suits. You pull out your gun and aim it at the padlock. Do you really shoot it? You are overcome with the urge to destroy the rest of the lab coats and scientist jumpsuits. You tear them apart with your bare hands. It's actually quite hard to do so. The best you can do is stretch them a little. You give the padlock a stern look and say, "I am warning you." The padlock does nothing in response. You check for cat nails on your hands. It looks like you've got regular human nails instead of cat claws. You pull out your crowbar and try to weigh your options on the padlock and try to figure out what you should use for it. You curse your lack of sharp feline claws. You try to send a message to the wish granting services, but it seems like the line is disconnected. You ask the flower if it knows anything. It feels like you're asking yourself a question. Because you're the flower. You're the flower. While also being not the flower. It hurts your head to think about. You check for keys in the pockets of the lab coats. And you actually find one. It seems like this one goes to locker 5. You think about food. You wish you had some. You say to yourself, Alice, are you in there? Your brain tingles. You feel something stirring within you. But nothing ultimately happens. You wish you had a turkey dinner right about now. But you don't have any turkeys. You go to locker 5. And use your key to open it up. Inside there's a number of things. There's a couple old looking candy bars, some bandages, and a little box. You shout to yourself, wakey wakey Alice, and you wiggle your flower roots. Your body moves without you moving it, and it smacks the flower lightly. This hurts, because you are the flower. You grab the 2 candy bars, and open up the box. The box has a little vial in it. It's got something kind of blue colored inside. It's hard to tell what it is. It's moving around on its own. You think about opening all the lockers, but there's like 2 more locked ones. You consider eating the vial, smelling the vial, shaking the vial. You've got so many things you want to do with this vial. You first smell the vial from the outside. It smells like a vial, because it's a vial. You shake it around. The thing in the vial wriggles around on its own accord, like it's alive. You try to send a query to Alice. Surprisingly, you get some kind of response. Do not drink. You feel like you hear from inside yourself. You try to put the candy bars in your pockets, but your pockets are already full of many other things. You also don't have room for this vial. You might have to drop something. You pat yourself on the head. You look very silly. You decide to rapidly consume the candy bars. They taste pretty good, though they're a bit old. You already have a bag, and it's full. You will have to drop some things if you want to carry more things. You drop the water on the ground, and put the vial in its place. The bars were chocolate flavored. You drink the water. Tasty. You feel hydrated. You're feeling pretty good now, despite being in some kind of scary facility. You strike a pose. You try the key on the other lockers. Seems like it was only for that one locker. That's usually how lockers work, after all. You try to think about relieving yourself, turns out you just never have. Not since you arrived in this strange world. Guess you don't need to. You pull out your crowbar and look at the two locked lockers. You also eye the door. You consider peeing in the corner, even though the narrator just told you that you do not need to do that. The narrator thinks you are a weirdo. The Alice within you is judging you, you can tell. You take your crowbar and crudely open one of the lockers with it. It makes you strain a little, but you get it open. It makes a somewhat loud noise when you do so. You pull out your gun and consider shooting the last padlock, but first you search for the locker you just opened. This one has a bunch of photographs in it. Pictures of cats mostly. However, the cats are all made out of plastic, instead of cat. They're still cute though. It's clear whoever took these pictures really liked them. You move on to the next locker, and do the same thing to it, opening it up with the crowbar. This one has a little box with a few 9mm bullets in it, which you add to your inventory. There's also a bottle of whiskey in there. You pick up a handful of cat pictures, but you don't have any space in your pockets for them unless you drop something. You use a little duct tape, and tape your favorite picture of a plastic cat to your chest. You duct tape more and more of them, eventually covering your entire lab coat in pictures of cats. You are not armored by pictures of cats. Now armored, I mean, but they provide little protection. You hold the bottle of whiskey, it's about half full. You think this armor would be really good against rats? You search for rats in the room to test. You don't find any. You think about dropping your coins. You think about drinking the whiskey. These are all options. You're not sure which to do though. You toss out the money, rejecting capitalism, and you choose to carry the whiskey instead. You pick up one of the coins on the floor to help you decide. It lands heads. Seems like you've looted all the lockers now. There's the door you came in from, and another door that leads further in. You walk over to the locker and try to tear off the door. It's very attached, and you accidentally just knock down all the lockers instead. It makes an enormous noise. It's insanely loud. It echoes through the empty hallways. There's a silence afterwards. You think if you wanted to remove a locker door, you might need a tool, like a screwdriver or something. You just stand in the room now, thinking about what to do next. Then you decide to walk out of the room. You enter another room with operating tables. There's also some sort of holding cells with windows on them nearby. One of the cells is open, while two are closed. You almost start screaming loudly, but you stop yourself. You begin really heavily on the first closed cell's window while looking in. Breath really heavily. There's a mannequin in there. You make a smiley face with the condensation. Then you try to look deranged and stare at the mannequin. You successfully look deranged. You can actually see a little reflection of yourself doing it. You are indeed in controlling Alice's body right now. You ask the mannequin what he's in for. He doesn't respond. Then you threaten him violently. I'll kill you. He also doesn't respond. Looking at your reflection, it seems like your body has been replaced with Alice's. You feel like this might have been what happened when you made that wish. You ask Alice a long question, and you don't get a response. You tell the mannequin, I have no idea what I am doing, and it doesn't respond. You think back to your vague memories of spending time with Alice. You do remember that Alice had cat ears. You hug yourself. You look weird. You feel like the mannequin is judging you. You say hello to the window in front of you. It smiles back at you, because you drew a face on it. You look for a way to open the door. There seems to be some kind of keypad on it. You input 7192 into the keypad. It beeps at you. Seems like the code is only 3 characters long. You say, beep, to the keypad. It doesn't do anything. You try 123, it doesn't work. You hear a tapping from the cell next to this one. Something on the inside is tapping on the glass. You try inputting a bunch of codes, but none of them are correct. You suddenly rush at the window that was tapping, and smash your entire body into it. Then you tap on it. You hear a muffled voice say from within, "Never mind then." You then stare into the window, and draw a face on it. However, you can't seem to see anyone in the cell. You say, "Hi." You hear a quiet voice say, "What are you?" You say, "I am me," and then ask it what it is. "I asked you first," it responds. Then you say, "Cat girl," it says, "What is a cat girl?" You tell it, "I am not sure." You then explain that you have a mild personality disorder. Then you talk about how you watch anime and how you are built wrong. You take a picture of a plastic cat, and press it against the window. I don't understand, but it's a nice picture. You ask for its name, and you ask how it got in there. It says, "I don't remember," and I don't remember. You try to explain to the thing in the cell what a cat girl is, but it just doesn't get it. You're not made of plastic. The door codes. I don't know. I think you're dangerous. You hold up your kitchen knife and look intimidating. Then you show it another cat picture. I don't understand. Are you threatening me or offering me a deal? I've been in here for a very long time. I don't think I'll die. I don't really want the cat pictures. Sorry. I am just worried you'll kill me if I tell you how to open the door. Could you promise me that you won't kill me? Why would you kill me? You're threatening me with a knife, banging against the glass, and you're some kind of creature I've never heard of. You promise on your cat tail? You feel like something happens as a result. That's enough of a promise. The door codes are all their defaults. They got reset once when the power went out. It should just be 111. You press 112. It fails. 111. Didn't you hear me? You do 113. You're messing with me. You apologize and explain that you are clumsy. Then you put in 121. Then, you finally put in 111, and the door opens. The door opens, and there's nothing there. Well, there is something there. There's a little puddle of blight on the floor. Blight, as you remember it, is a pitch black liquid substance. You crouch down and say, "Hello." And ask if it needs help. You shalln't touch me. It would be bad for both of us. You suddenly start chugging down an entire bottle of whiskey. You will soon be drunk. But, before your body has time to feel that, you shove the blight into the bottle. "I never asked for this," you hear from the bottle. You then pepper it with questions. You ask it what happened to it. It responds, "I wish I weren't in a bottle right now." "I was locked in there so long. This is all that's left of me." "I don't want to be in a container. I want to have a body again." "But, it's kind of scary being around you. So maybe I shall ask you for help." You ask it if a mannequin would work. "That would help preserve me. But it won't fix me." And you ask it how to get it a new body, and it says, "I need blight." "If you bring me enough blight, I'll be able to go back to being me." You show it the blue vial and it says, "Keep that away from me." You look into the mannequin cell. It's still a mannequin. Do you want to open the cell? The vial, upon being asked if it wants to be dumped on the floor, responds, "I don't want to be dumped on the floor. I'll just have to deal with this for now." You open up the cell. There's a mannequin in the middle of it. You don't see or hear anything else in there. There is just a tiny bit of blight at the mannequin's base. Then you suddenly hug the mannequin, which is surprisingly brittle. You basically crush the thing and it sort of just falls apart. You try to snatch up the blight, but you can't just pick it up with your hands. It's a liquid sorta. You take your bottled friend and dump it into the floor, despite it specifically saying it didn't want to be dumped on the floor. It screams a little bit, and absorbs the blight. It says, "I need more than this." "You're all so scary. Maybe you should leave me alone." Despite its protests, you scoop it right back into the bottle. The bottle is about half full of blight now. You say you'll treat it more gently next time, and pat the bottle. You feel like the bottle fears you. You ask the bottle if it will hurt you. It says, "I want to be as far away from you as possible after this." You ask it for its pronouns. "I don't remember what I was before." You hear a bloop from some kind of intercom. It says, "Error, error, error." The bottle says, "That's normal, don't worry about it." You check the other room. The last cell was open when you got here, and inside of it you just see a lot of dried blood, and a couple bones. You look around. You see the things you saw before. You consider eating the old bones on the floor. The bottle notices, and gets a little more afraid of you. You examine the bones. They seem human, or at least humanoid. They've been here for a really long time. You grab the bones, but have no space for them unless you drop something. You explain to the bottle that it doesn't remember anything, so it was probably also a cat girl. It says, "No, I don't think that's right." You can hear the fear in its voice. Then you strike a cat pose. You pick up a bone, and swing it in the air. It falls apart instantly. You hold the bottle up to your cat ears, and say, "Cute and cool." It says, "Yeah, it's terrified." You continue to gaslight and attempt to brainwash your bottle friend. Eventually it just goes along with what you're saying out of fear. Okay, yeah, I was probably a cat girl. You try to ask Alice about why the bone would crumble. You don't get a response. But you think it's probably just because the bone was very old. You check for blight, and don't see any in the cell. You ask the bottle if it's hungry. It says, "Blight." You tell the bottle in a robotic voice that its feedback is appreciated. Its fear of you grows. You examine blood. It's been here for a very long time. It's dried. You turn around and step away from the cells. The room itself has a couple operating tables in it, but not much else. There's traces of violence here, with a bit of blood and bones scattered about. But you don't see too much else left around. You go back to the locker room on your way out. There wasn't blight there before and there's not blight there now. You explain to the bottle that cat girls have mind powers and you'd be able to destroy entire facilities with them. The bottle interprets this as you having mind powers and the ability to destroy. It is even more afraid of you. You go back to the hallway. The only other path is one that is just covered in blood. There's blood everywhere here. Looks like dozens of bleeding things were dragged through here. You rapidly rotate Alice in your mind. You feel like you hear her scream. Somehow. Nah, you say to the bottle. It says, what? Then you say, nah, again. It says, nah. You spin Alice more in your brain. She seems like she's getting dizzy. You go back into the locker room and search it for the third time. There is no blight there, just like there wasn't the other 2 times. You say to the vial. The bottle. Goodwill value increased to 16 from hearing Naya. Please add Naya at the end of your sentences to prevent goodwill value from decreasing Naya. The bottle is confused and terrified. You look at a nearby locker, but find that it's actually not a locker, but just a rack. It's got nothing on it. You proclaim that you did this with your mind powers, and begin searching. It looks like there's 2 rooms on the left, 2 rooms on the right, and a big elevator straight ahead. You look at the other 2 racks in the hallway. One has a bunch of broken glass on it, and the other has an apple. It's an apple, but made of plastic. You examine the apple. It's the size of an ordinary apple. It has a soft, smooth texture. It seems colored a grayish white. It looks similar to the cats that you have taped to yourself. You push the apple into the bottle, but it doesn't fit. The bottle says, "I don't want that." Then you start mogging it. However, it tastes like plastic, and you spit it out. You leave the apple there and go to check the first room on your right. You look in through the broken window. and you see what looks to be a plastic man lying on the floor next to an operating table. You dab and then shout, "I love Fortnite," at the corpse. You feel like it stirs a little, subtly. You can see that there is something in his hands, some kind of keycard looking thing. You worry about worms. You stare at the bottle and threaten it to Naya. It says, "Naya," painfully. You think, "I want that key card," but another part of you fears for worms. You decide to rush boldly ahead to the plastic, and to your shock, a worm bursts out of its face and attacks you. You are now fighting a huge worm. You scream. The bottle screams. You can tell that Alice would be screaming too if she could. You pull out the crowbar, and try to whack the worm with it. You manage to give it a solid smack. It wriggles violently, and then launches itself at you. It bites deeply into your arm with the ring of death. You ask Alice for advice, and she just says, "I hate these." You try to switch to your halberd, but the worm weighing down your arm makes that kind of difficult. You pull out the knife instead, and start rapidly stabbing it. You stab and you stab and you stab. You probably give it like 28 stab wounds. Eventually, the worm goes limp, and falls apart as a bloody lump on the floor. Your arm hurts very badly, and it's bleeding profusely. You pull out your pistol, and you feel like shooting the dead worm with it. But you don't. You have to do first aid. You sit down on Ulf0 or take out some medical supplies and stop the bleeding on your arm. You use 2 of your medical supplies for this. Oh yeah, also you're starting to feel really drunk. It's like you drank half a bottle of whiskey. At the very least, it numbs your pain, but your vision is kind of blurry. Your bleeding has stopped and your arm still hurts a little. But, for now, you're fine. You try to measure the size of the bottle, and in your drunken state you think, big. You hate worms. You hate them so much, you say to yourself. The bottle is becoming increasingly concerned about its situation. You grab the key, not before stomping on the worm a little bit. You now have a key card. You search around the room for blight. You first check the corpse that the worm came out of, and find that it does have a little vial of blight attached to its hip. Other than that, the plastic also has a couple syringes on its person. You open up the blight vial and pour it into the bottle. The bottle is now 75% full. You tell it to say Naya, and it does. It's afraid. You say to it, only cat girls deserve blight. It says, Naya. It's so scared. It's living a life of fear and terror. You check for another container in the room. There's a little plastic bin lying on a table. The voices in your head have some sort of infighting, and even go as far as to threaten one another, even though charging into worms is bad for all of you. You ask the bottle, do you want to go into the bigger container? It says, just don't hurt me please. The narrator is being attacked by bad internet. Please send help to the narrator. You put your bottle friend into the bin, creating a bin friend. Is it better? We can take a longer intermission if you guys would like a little break. I guess I can put it to a poll. I made a poll. Noted love. It seems like many of you desire a little intermission. He's just quoting a video puddle. Also, my internet still sucks. Hold on. That should be better. You guys wanted a little intermission, so we'll hang out here. I suppose. I will eat this muffin. Wow, I'm still dropping frames. I'm going to kill someone. Does this happen at the end of every month? I should write down when these problems start happening. I'm starting to think that they throttle me near the end of month or something. You disliked the arcane finale. Well, I don't know anything about it, so... You really hate that he turned into a Marvel G villain though. It's definitely not the weather. Love Terrorblade is even acting like Terrorblade. He's just being Shadow Demon. Like they didn't need to change any of his lines or anything he does. He's just literally Shadow Demon, but they made him look like Terrorblade. How much story did Terrorblade have before Dragon's Blood? Just the little paragraph they give every new hero. But the way they describe Shadow Demon is literally perfect for the role of him in Dragon's Blood. Shadow Demon corrupts people's minds, and made a giant cult in the human world. So much so that other demons had to team up to stop him. Literally Satan and Shadow Fiend had to go stop him. Like he fits the role perfectly. I don't know why they used the demon modder instead of the demon that mind controls people. Shadow Demon is a flaming shadow sculpt. His Warcraft 3 model is Archimand. Shadow Demon is cool. I have so many emotes now, it's crazy. Warhammer 2? Which Warhammer? There's like 6 Warhammer 2s. Dawn of War 2, Mechanicus 2, Vermintide 2. There's another. What was it? The one that's like an RTS. Total War Warhammer 2. I mean, they could just change his design. They already did that in the Animal View. You're telling me this? This guy right here. He doesn't look good enough to be the villain. Heroes in the anime don't look like they look in the game. You can clearly see this, because they made anime-inspired models and put them in Dota. And they have a completely different art style. Translating this design to an anime would look just fine. You don't need to copy-paste the model made for an overhead, isometric view into the anime. You would look stupid, love. I am putting you in the anime, and you are going to look stupid. I'm going to give you a stupid little hat. And I'm going to make you wear miscolored clothes, so people don't think you have fashion sense. And then I am going to give you all the bad lines. You are going to say stuff like, haha. And ho ho. And everyone will think you're like Jar Jar Binks. And you'll get deleted. Story time isn't over, we just took an intermission. We can probably go back now. I did enough chatterbullying, I think. Are you guys ready to go back to story time? Where we left off. You defeated a huge worm that emerged from a corpse, and transplanted your bottle friend into a bin, making him a bin friend. You also acquired a key card, but you're not sure what it's for yet. You are still in the room where you fought the worm. You spit on the worm. It's still dead. You consider dissecting the worm, but you stabbed it like 28 times, so it's already in pieces. The only thing in the worm seems to be worm guts. The worm didn't have any blight on it, the corpse did. You look at the key card. It looks like an electronic key card. It's blue and sorta futuristic. You consider taking the worm guts for a snack, but you don't have any inventory space. You look for writing on the card. It doesn't have any. It may have at some point in time, but it's been worn away with time. You kneel down next to the worm, strongly considering eating it. It smells terrible, and you think it's probably going to taste worse. You fight the urge to consume it. You waited out your drunkenness just now, by taking a little break. You are not longer as drunk. No longer. You move across the hall, and peek into another broken window. Not that one. This one. There seems to be a wriggling figure strapped to a table. There is a red flickering light in the room. You pull out your flashlight, turn it on, and enter the room. There is an armless creature strapped to the table. You can see where its arms went. They seem to have fallen to the floor nearby. You somehow find this ominous red light comfy. You ask the creature if it needs a hand. It says, "Arrgh, brrh, 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 brrh," and screeches at you. You ask the bin friend what he thinks. That's an abomination. It will try to kill you. Alice says, "Dangerous. Kill." You think, kill, and consider your methods to do this. You decide to take out your halberd. You slowly approach it with your very bulky, makeshift halberd. It screeches and gurgles loudly at you. Agagurrashka. You strongly stab the halberd forward straight into its skull. It goes completely limp on the table, and ceases struggling. You shout, "Nyan Pierce," for some reason. You imagine all sorts of cool phrases and poses, when ultimately you just poke the monster with a stick. You check for blight on the monster. There is no blight to be found. Just charred meat, mostly. You ask the bin friend if you were cool. It says, "Yeah," in hopes that you won't threaten it. You move on from the corpse on the table, and search the room for blight. You find a number of empty kennels, some of which seem to have once contained some sorts of creatures, and a couple cabinets. In the cabinets you find things like cleaning materials, empty vials, bottles, and some unlabeled chemicals. However, you don't find any blight in here. You turn around and leave the room. But then you consider making mustard gas. There didn't seem much else of note in the room. You ask Alice for information. Don't mustard gas is what you get in response. You walk back into the bloody hallway and look through another window. You mentally pat Alice. Alice mentally does not like this. You think that Alice is dead, and you hear an angry cat girl shouting within you, "I am not dead." Though, it kind of sounds like far away, like a few rooms away or something. You look through the window and inspect the room. You see some operating tables and a few blood trails, one of which leads directly under this window you're looking through. You are suddenly jump-scared as a monster leaps up and starts banging on the window in front of you. The glass is very sturdy however, and it doesn't seem to be able to break it. You also bang on the glass. This makes the creature angrier. You are both hitting glass, and your hands hurt. Neither of you are getting through it. You mug the creature, whatever that means. You punch the glass one more time, saying just one more punch. It doesn't break. You stop punching the glass. The waste continues to punch the glass. You stare at it. It's still hitting the glass anyways. You pull out your halberd and get ready to charge the creature. However, there's still glass in the way. You look at the door. It seems to be locked shut. You try to open the door. It doesn't work. You try to look in the room to see if there's any blight in there, but the monster is always trying to punch you through the glass, so you can't really see too well. It's also breaking its hands and slowly covering the window with its blood. You tap on the glass and ask your bin friend what the barrier is. It's glass, you know. You remember what glass is, don't you? You inspect the glass. It's not breaking at all. Very steady. Sturdy. Please don't eat glass, the bin says. The door seems to be locked in a standard physical way. There is no slot for a key card. You pull out your gun and consider shooting the lock, but you're not really sure where the lock is. You could try shooting near the handle, possibly. But the door is made out of solid metal. You check for other doors connecting to this room, but it's just this one. You stand back from the door, and considering kicking it down. The door looks pretty sturdy though. You show the finger to the monster. It tries to bite it, but cannot. You aim the gun at the door handle, and fire a bullet. It seems to put a large dent in it, and the bullet ricochets to the left. Kind of dangerous actually. The door doesn't seem to have unlocked. You mock the waste for not understanding the magic spell of glass. You are not currently in a room. You are in a hallway looking through the window to another room. There is another room behind you. You consider trying your crowbar on the door, or just moving on. Most of your internal voices just decide to move on. You leave the creature back there, punching the glass. You peek into another room. This one looks fairly clean, and you don't see anything moving within it. You ask the bin where he thinks more blight is. It just says, I don't know. You open up the door, and begin to search the room for anything of use. You open up cabinets and boxes in the room. In the box, you find another bluish vial, like the one you found in the locker. You get on all fours like some kind of creature, and smell the floor. It smells like floor. The cabinet contains more beakers, vials, and other scientific-looking instruments. You find some kind of device with buttons on it. You think it's to measure something, but you aren't sure what. It kind of resembles a Geiger counter. You then ask the bin about its life, and try to subtly remind it of its cat attributes. When you were a kitten, where did you grow up? You ask it. It responds, what? Then you go on to say, and when you became a cat, what was your favorite thing to do? What? The bin says, that's the floor. Are you still drunk? You ask Alice for technical support on this device you found. You get all sleepy, in response. You look for doors and windows here. There's just the window next to the door you came in. You say to the bin. Warning. Friend has not answered cat question. Goodwill points decreased to 16 Naya. Sorry. The bin cries. The bin shakes. The liquid within it is shaking in fear. I don't know. I don't remember anything. I was in that cell for so long. Please don't hurt me. You pat the bin, which only makes it even more afraid. You assure it that it won't hurt a fellow cat. This is terrifying to the bin, that knows it is not a cat. You tell the bin that everything is going to be okay. You leave that room, and you're back in the bloodied hallway. You've now checked all 4 of the rooms, well excluding the locked one with the waste in it. Naya, the bin is trying not to cry. The only thing left to explore in this hallway is the closed elevator at the end. It looks like the elevator has some kind of keycard reader on the side of it near its buttons. There's also the locked door next to it with the waste inside. You go back to the locked door, and pull out your crowbar. You don't see the waste here anymore, but the window is just covered in its blood. So you cannot actually see inside the room. You try to shine your flashlight through the window, but the layer of blood covering it makes it hard to see anything. At the least, you don't see anything moving in there. You ask Alice for a guide. You get sleepy mumbling in response. You go to the door, crowbar at the ready. Do you try to force it open? You shove the crowbar into the opening in the door, and force it with all of your might. The crowbar bends out of shape, and eventually snaps. However, the door also breaks open. You look inside. You imagine covering Alice in a blanket. You pull out your halberd and look for the waist. You see that it is dead on the floor in front of the window. It seems to have died of blood loss. You flex. You don't see any other hostiles in the room. You start to search the room, and in the corner you see something glowing. It's like a small white crystal. It's glowing ambiently. Somehow, you feel a little afraid of it. You get the vaguest sense that you shouldn't touch it. You poke the dead waist. It's dead all right. You ask Alice for an analysis. You just hear hunchku hunchku. You raise your eyebrow at the bin. It says destroys blight. Bad. Other than the shard in the corner, you don't find any blight, but you do find some tools lying around the room. There's a hammer and a screwdriver in a drawer. You ask the bin if you can use it against shades and it shakes with terror. You essentially asked it, "Can I use this to kill you?" You consider drinking the blight from your bin of blight. It notices you looking at it with thirsty eyes. It's terrified of you. You pat the bin and say you are doing a great job. The bin is so confused and scared of your unpredictable actions, it doesn't know what to do. You apologize and tell it that you didn't mean to threaten it. It calms down just a little. You just stand in the room apologizing to a bin. The room contains a hammer, a screwdriver, and a shard. And the dead waste, of course. Since you lost your crowbar, you have one open inventory slot. You suddenly hallucinate bananas falling from the ceiling. You ask if the shade would like to eat a memory. It says, "That would be nice." You have two memories on your possession. If I remember your memories properly, they are both nice raccoon memories. You take your two memories, and you drop them into the bin. They seem to be slowly getting absorbed or dissolved in the bin. The shade seems happier. You watch as your raccoon memory turns to nothing. Oh, never mind, they were cat girl memories. You take the hammer and the screwdriver. You stand in front of the elevator. There is a keycard slot on the side, next to its button. You take out the keycard you grabbed earlier, and you use it on the slot. It turns green. Seems like you can use the elevator now. Do you press the call elevator button? You press the button, and you hear the elevator slowly coming down. You hear a loud thunking noise from within the elevator that is approaching you. You get a really bad feeling about it. You take out your halberd. You ask Alice what to do. You hear snoring noises. You have time to do just one thing before the elevator arrives at this floor. You ask the bin friend, run, 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 run. You prepare your halberd. You open your eyes. They were already open though. You try to come to some kind of consensus with the voices in your head. Many of the voices are telling you that you need to run now. One of the other voices is thinking of martial art moves a cat girl could do. You run into a nearby room and hide under the window, just out of sight. The elevator reaches the bottom floor, and you hear the doors open. You hear some sort of large creature. It shrieks, the sound echoing through the hallways. It doesn't seem to know where you are. You hear it moving around. It seems to have walked out of the elevator. Its footsteps sound heavy and inhuman. You haven't seen the creature yet, so it's hard to give Alice any information about it. You could peek at it through the window, if you dare. You look through the window, giving a small peek to what lies on the other side. It's awful. It's a giant, spider-like creature, with a humanoid torso. It's slowly searching the hallway, likely for whatever called the elevator. It's covered in dried blood, likely from past victims. The elevator itself is full of them. In fact, this is likely where all those blood drag marks were leading. The creature itself is too large to get into the room that you're in, with the door anyways. If it could break the window, you worry it might be able to get to you. There is only one spider that you can see anyways. The elevator is full of limbs and scrap bones. You decide to bide your time, as the spider creature explores more of the hallway, and further down. It's about 10 feet away from the elevator now. You consider throwing a piece of junk to distract the spider, but the other voices decide otherwise. The spider goes further away from the elevator. Explore the other hallway that leads to this one. This town is full of monsters. How can you just sit there and eat pizza? You think to yourself, wishing you had some pizza to eat. You slowly open the door and scamper into the elevator as quietly as you can. You are now in the elevator, and the spider has not noticed. You press the elevator button, and the elevator makes a loud noise as it starts to process the input. The spider hears this noise, and immediately begins charging at the elevator with alarming speed. The elevator door is slowly closing. You pull out your gun and you start firing in a panic. You fire 3 shots, 2 of them hit its rapidly moving legs, and they just bounce right off of them. One hits it in the chest, causing it to release a pained shriek. It slows down a little bit. You have just a moment before the spider reaches you. You don't think the doors are going to fully close before it gets to you. You have so many ideas and plans flying through your head, it's hard to decide. You pull out your halberd and hold it out in front of yourself. The spider collides with the elevator door. It's about 90% closed. The spider's legs are trying to wrench the door back open so it can get to you. Its chest is out of range of you, unless you wish to get closer to it. That is. You pull out the hammer, and you start to wildly smash at its huge legs that are trying to pull open the door. It's somewhat effective, cutting small dents in its legs. It screeches in pain, and its legs are withdrawn. The doors fully close, and you hear the monster's horrid noises becoming distant as the elevator goes up. You give a high five to the pin, which is basically just giving it a little pat. The bin. It's currently pretending to be dead. It did its absolute best to pretend to be an inanimate object. The bin is like 20% full. The elevator seems like it takes forever to reach its destination, but it eventually does. The elevator arrives at the top, and the door slides open. There's blood everywhere up here, all over the floors and walls. Fragments of corpses lay strewn about. However, there is nothing moving here. If you had to guess, this is probably where that spider spends most of its time. You start thinking about raccoon girls, and thinking that maybe the puddle will be influenced by them. You think about shooting the cables, but they aren't exactly exposed, unless you want to climb on top of the elevator through its maintenance hatch. You exit the elevator, and enter the blood-stained room. You don't see anything too useful in here, unless you find dead people useful. You give a glance to the elevator, it doesn't seem to have been called down. The spider must not know how, you think wishfully to yourself. You see a door out of here. The door seems to be open, it leads to a locker room. There is also another door in there, it's open and you can see only darkness beyond it. There's also a wonder on your right side. You give a little prayer to the dead people. You look at the lockers, 2 of which seem to be locked. The rest are already opened. Of the open ones, only one has interesting things in it. There's a spare pair of shoes, a baseball cap, and a fire extinguisher. You put on the shoes. They're a little too big for you. You also put on the hat. It's a little hard to wear because you have cat ears. You might have to modify the hat a little. You take the hat off and cut ear holes in it. Then you put it on again. You check for your human ears. Seems like you don't have any. Just the cat ones. The other two lockers are locked with padlocks. You don't find any keys this time. Currently, you have just escaped a giant spider monster, and you are exploring the halls at the top of the elevator. You are carrying a bin full of black goop, which is somehow sentient. It has asked you to find more black goop, in order to restore its body. Through your time with the bin, you have terrified it and made it fear you with all of its soul. You also promised not to kill it. You take out your screwdriver and hammer. You think you could take the door off of this locker fairly easily, but it will take a little bit of time, and probably make a bit of noise. You check for other things in the room. It's quite small. You don't see anything in it that may be hostile, but you don't know about the other nearby rooms. The other side of the glass. You peek through the glass, and you see a hallway. There's some blood trails on leading to the left. You don't see any movement in this hallway right now. What you at first think is a locker is actually some kind of electronics box on the wall. You turn around and quickly get to work on dismantling the hinge on the locker. It takes several minutes, and you make some metallic noises, but eventually the door comes right off. In the locker, you see a couple vials of a dark black substance. You immediately take them, uncap them, and pour them right into the bin. Then you ask it to Naya. Naya, it says. This is enough blight for me to move again. Could you let me out of the bin, please? You take the top off of the bin, and watch as the blight seemingly floats out of it. It says, "Hey, what's that in the darkness over there? I think I see something." You stare at the bin. You don't look at all, it shakes with fear. No, the thing. Scary. You feel like if it could cry, it would be crying right now. The goop goes back into the bin and says, I am sorry. I am sorry. I am sorry. You look into the dark hallway. You do actually hear something in that direction, but you don't see anything there. You tell the bin you'd never heard it, and then threaten it in the same sentence. Like a psychopath would do. You are standing in the locker room. There is one locked locker remaining. You just heard a strange sound from the hallway outside. I decide to peek out into the hallway. You use your flashlight and look left. The left has a little corner area with various kennels made to hold small things. You hear some kind of noise from within one of them. You could have closed the door, but you adventured out instead. What do you do? You ask the bin about the noise, while glancing around for more blight. The bin is in a state of fear, panic, and confusion. It says, "I don't know, I don't know." You venture further into the room, and look into the kennel the noise is coming from. There's some kind of dull-eyed terrier in there. It seems to be moving around on its own. It's rattling the cage door. It also has something that looks like a little shiv. It screams at you. It seems to be locked in. You decide it can just stay there, and you turn around. It furiously shakes the cage door, and screams. You ask the bin. It says, "Weak doll monster, enemy." Alice says, "Kill." You hold the blue vial towards the monster, and it continues to scream and shake the cage door. It doesn't seem interested in the vial. It does seem like it hates you though. You pull out your halberd, and you try to stab the monster through the cage door, but the halberd is simply too big to get a good stab on it. It doesn't fit through the bars. You take your kitchen knife. It could probably fit, you think. You did not drop the knife. You still have it. You stab the doll. It takes multiple times before it stops flailing around and trying to get you. Eventually, the doll is cut to pieces. You asked Alice if that was good. You feel like you got a thumbs up. It doesn't seem like there's much loot here, unless you want the doll's shiv, or the doll's corpse. Your train of thought is suddenly interrupted. You hear the elevator spring to life. It's going down. The shiv is made of scrap metal. It's not very sharp. The elevator door is currently closed. You did not leave the key card. You have it. It's not in your inventory because it is a key item. The elevator is approaching you. You will have to decide soon whether to run away or not. You think you could pry open the doors, but you might need to use a tool to do it. You don't think you could manage with your bare hands. The elevator has reached the bottom floor, and you can hear the horrible spider noises from below. You think it's only a matter of time before it finds its way up. You decide not to run away. You go to the elevator room. You stare ahead at the closed elevator doors. It seems like you have a minute or so before the spider arrives. The elevator below has just started moving up. You try to use the dismantled locker door to pry open the elevator doors. It does work, and you manage to pry one side open a fair bit. You can see into the elevator shaft now. Allied's tactical feedback is currently firepower needed. You look up at the various wires and threads and other such elevator mechanisms. However, you have no idea how an elevator works. You take out your pistol, and you aim it at one of the cables. You aim the gun upwards at something that looks like a pulley, and you fire a shot into it. It seems to damage it, but it's not destroyed yet. You shoot 2 more times, and that seems to do the trick. The elevator below stalls, and then slowly drifts back down the shaft. Seems like the safety mechanisms in this place work quite well. Sadly, there is no big crash, just frustrated and very angry spider noises from below. However, it doesn't seem like it has a way to get to you at this point. You have defeated the spider, for now. You go back to the locker room. You go to the last locked one and start to fiddle with it. Eventually, you get it open. Within, you find some more medical supplies. With that done, you have two directions to go. There is a hallway out near the kennels, and then to the right of that another hallway. You don't see any more dolls anywhere nearby, for now at least. You have your halberd out and ready. Nothing is moving in this hallway. The bin is still afraid of you, and thinks of you as the most dangerous thing around. You decide to bring it with you, and you peek outside. It's quite foggy out there. Visibility isn't great. The bin protests your intentions to take it, but it has no real way to stop you. It's also terrified. You try to convince the bin that you are going to protect it. You search through your possessions, and unfortunately don't find any anxiety medicine. This is an alien. This is not from Earth. I do not like spiders. What do you mean inside out? Oh, is this food? Earth is full of scary things. But yeah, this was a little more improv than the last one. You actually like? Maybe I shouldn't say that. Things did not go quite as I expected with the bin of goop, I'll say that. I guess I'll tell you, but originally that shade was supposed to be like your enemy. It was going to be evil and stuff. But you put it in a bottle immediately, and acted so scary. You scared the horror monster into submission. So, good job I suppose. Can you have some in and out? Sorry, this is inside out. You too can have some of this if you want. Shoves it through computer monitor. The blue vials, you'll have to find out another time. Munch munch mogu mogu TTS sound effects. Happy. You want me to feed it to you? I don't think I can do that, sorry. But Drew, you outmonstered the monster in some ways there. There. You were so nice. What about when you were like, I only feed blight to cat girls, Naya immediately. Or when you were like, I bet you were a cat girl. Don't you remember when you were a cat girl? Don't you remember? Remember right now. Welcome, coping cat. A jest. I see. I see. But yeah, with the way the story times go, I sort of merged how the Alice one worked, and this one. At least in terms of the storyline. So some of them, you may be able to talk to Alice more actively, but others will be just like this where you mostly control the body. I feel like the ones where you control the body entirely leads to you guys being able to do more creative things. But having a character around to talk to seems to be nice too. For the most part, this is the main story time story. So most of them will continue this one with the same inventory and stuff. Oh, you are eating the cat? Please enjoy. The cake. Do not eat the cat. Thanks, Nolan. I am glad you liked it. I try to do these every month. There might be like a small scale one next week for Thanksgiving too. But it will probably be sillier. I am not tasty, do not eat me. What evil activities did I think the goop was going to do? After being let out of its cell, my original plan was for it to just sort of escape you. A gust of wind passes, and then you hear the elevator get called. And then the spider arrives. But I decided, well, that shade has been in there for a really long time. What if they were goop instead? Then I was going to have it be like, you help rebuild this thing, and then it gets strong enough to leave you behind. But you were too intimidating. Your chatting screen is suddenly interrupted. A pumpkin abomination barges in front of the and charges towards you. What do you do? You are mere moments away from certain death. 8. You bite the cookie and eat it. It becomes smaller and harmless. You have defeated the cookie, for now. Why are you insulting it? You know what we haven't done in a while. There. Yeah, it did try to escape you. And you just stared at it. Cute cat. Welcome, otter. Where is the cute cat at? Show me the cute cat immediately. Sync the war sounds. With my lip sync, you mean? If I must. Happy. You've got a lot of cute cats around, otter. Now what do you guys wanna do? A white flower on his rear. Cute. Cats are nice. Yeah, we can chat for a while, and we do need to do the schedule. Let's do the schedule real quick then. One moment. December is almost upon us. Thanksgiving is on Thursday. So I might not stream at the regular time. But I would like to stream. So I'll mark that as a Mr. Time. We'll continue Half-Life 2 on Friday. Respite on Saturday. And I don't know on Sunday. Do you fear the return of the Pumpkin King? I don't know what I'll do on Thanksgiving. That's a future numbers problem. But I'll do something. No idea what to do on Sunday though. First day of December. Let's see what art we can put up here. We can use the glorp, I suppose. It might be that. Images. That was it. This looks nice. This is the Gleep Glorp by Trental. If you make a full-colored art piece, I will likely use it on the schedule. And I will thank you for that. Don't feel pressured though. Actually, feel pressured. I am putting you in the hydraulic press. Be crushed under the pressure. Cat. Why she crying? No, the hydraulic press isn't to make you art. I just felt like you needed to be squished. You're always trying to pet me. And a hydraulic press is like the most intense pet you could ever receive. So intense that you turn into a small circle. Don't work yourselves to death. I am threatening you with violence for no reason. Why are you being nice to me? Also, thanks for gifting a sub to Riot Lady J. Oh, also Nolan, thanks for the Ko-Fi donation the other day. I don't know if you wanted to be thanked on stream for that. Sorry if you didn't want to be thanked on stream. Do not hug death. Any ideas for what you guys want to see on Sunday? We could play more Ellen or something. Kill a chatter on stream. I think murder might be illegal on Twitch and also Earth. I'm not a lawyer or anything, but I'm pretty sure most countries have laws against that. Earth's a weird place. I think it's a nice place. Seeing the memories of Earth in your head, it seems okay to me. Those spiders, not a fan of those. At least Earth doesn't have any people-sized spiders yet. You're challenging me to a duel. I cheat and I draw Exodia first turn. Pilots no. You do not need to work on that, dogs. If you get giant spiders, I will leave Earth and never return. What is a major battle? Anyways, I think the schedule is pretty much done. I'll figure Sunday out later, or we'll talk about it in the other screen. This screen, as a matter of fact. A major battle. It would be cool if I could get a voice actor to read the story times. That's a lot to voice act though. Since I type a lot of silly things. Face you with the democratic challenge. Alright, there's your poll. You have 1 minute to vote. Intense numbers voice training to perfectly recreate the TTS voice. Why? I can just use the TTS to make the TTS voice. It seems weird to train for it. What's this for? I don't know. I was challenged. I won the challenge thought. I was kind of hoping Jim rolled one though. Number. That's me. Welcome, Zane. I just finished doing a thing, so now I am sleepy. Welcome. You were trying to take my skin. But if I won, does that mean that I get your skin pirates? Hand it over. Who even is Jim? You didn't elect Jim, so now you'll never know. No Jim sweep this time. The sounds coming out of my mouth are always so silly. You're not sure why I hate being patted. I am trying to protect your very lives. Imagine if someone tried to pet you. and then they died. That would be traumatizing, wouldn't it? You would be like, oh my god. How is that romantic? I don't know much about romance, but that sounds very tragic instead of romantic. You wear a thick hat, and then they try to hug you instead, pirates. Then they die that way. Tragedy is often romantic. While sort of true, don't die. You are going to die in the summer, pirates. You'll get heat stroke. Thanks for gifting a sub to Otter Lady J. Do not pat. Can't you see I am emitting the sounds of war from myself? You wouldn't pet an active war zone, would you? If it was cute. Please be careful in the future. Don't die for the sake of cuteness. Live so that you may see cute things another day. You can't see any cute things if you're dead, you know. That's how it be. I am out of things to talk about. The story time took all of my ideas and things to say. Stop dying for cuteness. Am I sure? Of what? I am not sure of anything ever really. Dogs, if I tried to do a drawing stream, the best you would get is like 3 lines. That's all the creativity I have left in me. 3 lines. I am glad you thought it was fun, pirates. Happy. You finished the numbers art. That was fast. It would not be the best 3 lines. I don't really do art streams, but sometimes I'll just randomly scribble things. Because I don't know what else to do, and chat really likes it when I do that. I'm made of 3 lines. I think I might be a little more complex than that. A step on how hair works. Hair doesn't work, it doesn't have a job. It just grows and then you need to cut it. Really makes you think. 10 lines. I bet you could draw me with 20 lines. Yeah, I think gift subs gives you points. Hold still. What if I don't? Don't call it cute. I'm being a menace. Do not boop my nose. This also kills the chatter. You've done noting but call me cute for like 30 minutes. Stop booping me. Now I need to go make a command for it. Being a menace is cute. I don't know. Did I spell that right? I'm so good at spelling. Stop dying for the sake of boops though. This kills you. I feel like I have things to talk about, but I cannot remember what. Stop booping. I'm leaving. I'll be over here until you learn to keep your hands to yourself. Wow, I leave and you immediately steal. You cannot carry me, especially not in that style. Because I have already left. You are alone now, in the winter war zone. Do I have an update on the military update? Not since I talked about it last. We got a sketch, and it's being worked on. You are alone. Those are just hallucinations you made. To make up for losing the cat. You're hallucinating a door. Don't think about the door. I walked back. You better behave yourselves though. And not die for the sake of petting a cat. I don't know what to do though. Anything you guys want to ask or talk about? Did I ever play Path of Exile? I gave it a solid try once with some friends of mine. It was an alright time, but it was a very strange game. I don't think I'd ever play it alone though, that sounds painful. What's your chatting score? You would have to ask Santale, not me. You'll have to wait until Christmas. Oh no. In a hangout mode. Dangerous. Is respite an isekai setting? In some ways, sorta. Path of Exile early access is soon. Interesting. I wonder what's going to be different. And yes, this appears to be a number Hegao. Sus. Insto. It's just a hallucination. Thank you for drawing it. Even if it's sus. New fate thing. You mean fate strange fake? Yeah, I'll probably watch it. Have I ever played Slay the Princess? I haven't, but I've watched a number of people play it. I'll probably give it a try someday. I think it just got an update, didn't it? How did an English dub update come out before a sub? How is that possible? What? Next year. Well, I'll be patient, I suppose. But yeah, Slay the Princess is a cool game. I'd like to play it, but I am not sure when I will do it. Oh, the end of December. That's not too long from now, at least. The Hegao discussion. What was I saying? Oh yeah, so next week is Thanksgiving, but I should have a little more time. So I might get some good work done on Voices of the Void port. I'd ideally like to get it playable before the end of the year. So maybe in December we'll do like a bit playtest of it or something. And I'll have you guys see if you can horribly break things or even just if it's fun. I don't know though. It's like, largely got the mechanics and stuff. I even coded like a bunch of events. Though there's a few crucial bits and pieces missing, I think. We'll see how that goes, I suppose. Eventually I want to release it on the workshop. One second. Let me get some more water and we'll yap a little longer. I live. All the variants are already fused pilots. We're in the same body. We don't go ultra thought. They just make accounts quickly, I think. Let's see. Yeah, that account was created November 23rd. So they're usually new accounts. One way to filter them is probably not let new accounts type messages in chat. Oh, that one was old. Maybe it was a hacked account then, or a sold one. No idea. What is chatter hive mind syndrome? Syndrome. I don't really care enough about the bots to set up anything to defend against them. Some streams they didn't even send a single message. Like I think last couple streams we saw like maybe one total. Trimble, what are you noting over there? I don't think I gaslight anybody, but I don't know. Maybe I'm accidentally gaslighting everybody. Oh yeah, I was going to write a short story. That's another piece of numbers news. I am not sure which thing I should prioritize though. If I wrote a short story, would you read it? Or would you rather I somehow make a video out of it? Numbers pole dancing technique. I am kind of clumsy, so I'd probably die somehow. You don't need to support me. I haven't done it yet. Wait until it's done, and then say, numbers, this is good and nice. Well, say that if it's good and nice. If it's not good and nice, be like, numbers, here is constructive criticism on how to be better. I told you to say it later, not now. What is Pink Pony Club? I mean, it's going to be a short story, it's not going to be long. It's not like him writing a novel. It'll probably be like 5 pages or something. Don't get very excited. That is illegal. You have no basis for this confidence in my writing. You think it's inevitable for me to have over 100 viewers concurrent? That's very nice of you to say that. As for the rest of the question, I'll get mods when I feel like I need them. I have the talent to write a short story. I think I'll manage it somehow. What Sautry beats do you think will fit their character arcs best? I don't want to spoil the story. You believe in me? Well, don't be disappointed if it sucks a little bit, okay? If you're disappointed in me, I will turn to dust. Don't rise the hype. I am working so hard to stop you from rising your hype. You dare to use the hydraulic press against me, my own weapon. Have a nice sleep, Puddle. You're hyped for all numbers content. What about like? I am going to draw a picture. Right now, off screen. And then put it on as a hat. Are you excited for it? I have finished drawing it. Are you ready for the grand reveal? Any guesses as to what I drew? The person who guesses it right, they will win. Nothing. You won't win a single thing. It was an apple. Nobody guessed correctly. Was the apple supposed to be white? What kind of apples are you eating, pilots? Oh, this is a real apple, not a plastic one. The plastic apples. There's just plastic food around sometimes. It's just a thing. Plastics can eat it just fine, other things can't, really. What would have happened if you left it behind? You would have left it behind, I suppose. The bin would not be with you in the next respite. Originally, I planned for the session to be like twice as long. But I think story times should be like 2 to 3 hours long, otherwise people get a little fatigued. There was actually an entire second floor that building. And there was going to be a chase sequence outside in the fog. Is me. Cute. This might be the first art of flower numbers. Oh, it's gone. It lived so briefly. Thanks for drawing it, dogs. But yeah, there was a lot row actually. I can show you. There's this lab here. If it will ever load. There we go. It had this dismembered arm in it, holding a bomb. There was this hallway. I was going to have another worm encounter in it. but you could avoid it by going to the right through the window. There was another elevator here that would take you to the second floor. This hallway is covered in blight. There was this nice room with a bunch of plants. I didn't really have a plan for this room other than it has plants. Up on the second floor, it's got some fun stuff going on. You were going to have to sneak around and avoid a bunch of these guys. In the memory rock place. Had a bunch of stuff up here. A little office area. There were even memory plants. Oh yeah, while riding the elevator, I was going to make the power suddenly go out and it get dark. And then I was going to have something scary happen. And then there would be a portal up here. This was actually the main way out of the session. But I had played around with a couple ideas and where to go and had an image for the one outside too. Yeah, you missed some things, but I think that's fine. The fun part about improv is when you kind of just make new fun stuff that's unexpected. Like how you bullied that poor villainous shade. I am happy with the way things turned out, it's perfectly fine. Yeah, I can reuse these two possibly. I mean, the shade was still evil, it's just that you made it fear for its life. But yeah, when I make these I kind of just take screenshots of teehings all over the map. And employ them when I feel like it makes sense or fits best. Sometimes that means some things get cut or aren't important. But yeah, there's your little peek behind the curtain, I guess. Yeah, I probably shouldn't have told you that. But I felt like it was a fun fact. What else? Oh yeah, the voice requests thing. Don't forget the voice requests thing. So before the end of the month, any members on YouTube or subscribers on Twitch, may request me say a thing, and then I'll put it into a voice pack for any members to download. So if you want me to say something for that, please submit your request in Discord in the member reward channel. In the thread in there. Is the deadline on the 30th? I'll probably close it December 1st. And then I'll go make the voice pack. If you guys like this thing, I'll probably do this once a month. How do you guys feel about it actually? Do you like this as an idea? I am always trying to come up with some more member rewards because you guys give me money and I don't know what to do about it. Once a week, too much work. Once a month is pretty manageable. Once a week, hell. Why are you apologizing, dogs? It's fine. I am glad you think it's cool. I appreciate any donations and stuff. I just want to find ways to give back to you if I can. I want to make it feel like I am glad I subscribed to numbers on twitch.tv.com. Except maybe you'll be sane and you won't include the .com. I guess you can include the .com. If you subscribe to me, you've earned the right to call it twitch.tv.com. If someone dropped 50k on my Ko-fi, what would I do? I am not sure if Ko-fi even lets you do that. But no, I would immediately go pay off the remainder of my student loans. I'd probably talk to my mom and ask her for help since she's good at financial stuff. I wouldn't want to just spend it immediately or frivolously. Though I might go get another VTuber model or 2 or 3. Yeah, a tax accountant might be a good idea too. Pilots, wait, no, don't pester anyone. 7192_CH. $50k is probably too much money to give to a VTuber or a streamer though. That's like a life-changing amount for many. One person shall be donating that much. I would worry for them. You would donate $1 million to me. Why not keep the $1 million to buy a like? I don't know. What do people spend money on? Cars. Buy a really nice house instead, and then buy a really expensive and comfortable bed. Though then again, $1 million is probably like a regular house in a lot of places now. I don't know how much the Powerball gives. I don't even know what I'd do with $1 million. I guess I'd put it in my bank account and then worry less about dying of not having money. Oh, the Powerball. Yeah, I've heard of that one. Give it to you. Here you go. Oh, I spelled your name wrong. I don't think that worked either. Sorry, Riot, I am incapable of giving you anything. 184 million. Terrifying amount of money. I guess I'd pay off my debt and ask my parents if they needed anything. And then buy a nice house. And a nice bed. Someday, I want the nicest bed. That's like what Kuryu Coco did. She did well at Hololive and she bought a nice bed. That's a nice life goal, in my eyes. But yeah, I hope that answers your question. You have an $800 bed. How is it? How would you rate the bed out of 10? Was it worth the money? It was worth the money. Noted. I'll keep that in mind. What were we talking about? Oh yeah, the sub and member stuff. I hope I am able to provide something at least kind of nice as a benefit at least. I think we've got a lot of emotes now at least. I am pretty happy about that. If I got $184 million, could you have a million? I won't make any promise. Maybe I'll become Scrooge McDuck and decide to swim in my money. They do say that money changes people. Sorry pirates, you're going to have to work on Christmas actually. And if you try to sick the ghosts of Christmas on me, you're fired. Can I break a 20? Let me check. I have $18. Sorry, I cannot. I have a $10 bill, $5 bill, and 3 $1 bills. I actually checked. Can you have $1? No. I carry money. I had some in a drawer next to me. If I leave the house, I carry a little money. The space efficiency. Good idea, non-PC. You carry coins. Why? Vending machines. I thought people were kind of done with carrying coins these days. I guess I don't know what the average money carrier does. Yeah, I guess they use coins in Japan. I'm not in Japan though. They use coins, but have no trash cans. Can't explain that. Europe uses a lot of coins. I like coins as a concept. I think they're more interesting than paper money. Like, would you rather chase a loot goblin that's carrying golden coins, or paper money? The coins make a more satisfying noise. Shinny or two. Currency should be able to kill. Why did you jump to murder? Do not bring the loot goblins into this. Loot goblins are closely associated with coins though. I thought it was a good topic. I hope I didn't offend the loot goblin demographic. Something capitalism bad. Fills your pockets full of coins, making you a capitalist. Look everyone, this miner here has money, they love capital. Cat Dublin demographic. Sorry pirates, I only gave you pennies. You can at most buy like one soda. One small soda. It's been about 6 hours, maybe we'll see if we can raid anybody. "12-hour stream, that's so long." That would also mean I'd stream until like my normal bedtime. Ending stream and immediately going to bed sounds weird to me. Will I ever do a celebration Subathan? I am not a big fan of Subathons in the sense of like, give me money. I don't like to do that sort of thing. If it's a Subathan that is not motivated by people throwing money at me, maybe. The problem is I have no idea what I'd do. Do not throw money at cats, they will get very confused. A charity stream. I don't know. I don't really have any charities I feel too strongly about. Maybe if I did some research I could find one. Really, when it comes to big events. I usually just try to make stuff that's fun for you guys or for me. I don't really think about any grander goal than that. Have I done a Puri respite session yet? Nope. I don't think's good with horror. I am not opposed to doing one, but it's a little hard since our schedules are so different. But yeah, with charity stuff. I am not really against it. It's just not something I've really thought about, I guess. Perhaps I am just not very charitable. Guess I am evil, sorry. Really, when I think of a charity event, I am more like, how do I put it? I would rather help someone with a charity event than run my own. Running some kind of charity event just seems like something I don't want to do. But if it's donating to someone else or helping someone else, I won't mind that. That's okay, pilots. Cool way to meet new friends, maybe. The problem is, every time I think of some big event I'd like to do, it's a little hard for me to really get it past the concept stage. So like, you know how they did that TubeTuber server earlier this year? The Barry and Grimmy one, that is. It really made me think like, wow, what if I had 60 people in respite for a week? I think that would be really cool, but there's just like, so many things that could go wrong with even attempting that. And that's putting aside the fact that how would I even get any amount of people to try out my weird Gary's Mod thing they've never heard of. Yeah, I think Barry did a good job with that. Had some fun watching it anyways. Lots of people did some funny things and it was cool. A billboard ad? I have absolutely no idea how to market or advertise myself at all. I ask all the recently debuted tubers to join. What if they all tell me no in unison? Merch. I'll try to get it early next year. You think I could get at least 30 people in there? The problem with give it a try, when it involves other people, is that I don't really want to inconvenience others. I'd hold a competition with Puri to see who's the most socially traumatized. I don't know how to compete in that. But yeah, I mean back in the day, Respite could have 40 players on it. It used to be a public Gary's mod server. So it's not that it's technologically unfeasible. I am just not sure if other people would really be as interested in it as they were for the thing. It's hard to tell if it's just my own bias that makes me think this would be really cool, whereas other people look at the stuff and fear what the hell. To start with, I should probably see if I can get more one-off tuber respite sessions. But man, that's kind of difficult in its own way. The difficulty there is just that I have to set up a respite session almost every week already. Doing a one-off means I gotta do another one. It can be a little difficult because it involves a lot of planning and thinking. Like with this week, I did the player respite session, and then a day after I did the story time. It's not the same as setting up the respite session, but I still have to plan stuff. So it kind of felt like I had to set up a thing, finish that, running. Then immediately set up and run another thing. I can't do that too often. It's been too long ago to remember Lady J. Existing connections. Connections are weird. Like you could say I am connected to a lot of people, but I am not sure if I am capable of actually talking to them. Do I want to be friends? Complicated question. Just DM them and ask them. What do I do if they don't respond? Yeah, I also do some lurking. Move on to next friend. How many people do you think I know? I know like 4 tubers. At least ones I am comfortable enough to send a DM, I guess. True Riot is a tuber now. Jusagi isn't a tuber, nor is Violet unless Violet changed her mind about being a tuber. And like half of those people get to do the regular respite sessions already. Jusagi hasn't been a tuber for like over a year. He retired. Yeah, Jusagi focuses on nice animations now. Does a pretty good job. I think he's done work for Hololive too. Very cool stuff. Yeah, probably. That sounds familiar, Trimble, but I am not sure. He's kind of insane. He posts an animation like every day. Every day. He animated me once. Very cool. Every time I ask Grimmy to collab, it feels like she comes down with an illness or dies in some other way. It makes me feel like I am cursing her. I think it's happened like 3 times now. I am Grimmy S Mod on YouTube. I am not sure if that counts as a real moderator. She doesn't really need a lot of moderation on YouTube. It's just always a problem of like, I want to collab, but I also want to focus on making stuff. It's hard to do both. True, I could ban you on YouTube specifically. I probably won't though. Force the cat to interact with more people. Terror. Terrorist. Doing collabs with people I basically don't know doesn't seem like something I am capable of. Olivia Munro is the most powerful and most dangerous tuber that has ever existed. I've actually sort of collabed with her before. It was a big collab though, when Booster ran that Ace Attorney case. She was a witness, I think, and I was a judge. Pirates, if you type that in her chat, I will kill you. Not in Minecraft, not in Roblox. You won't kill me yet. I guess that's a positive. I am not going to stream Roblox probably. I don't really know what I do in Roblox. The problem is that to me, I look at Roblox stuff and internally I am like, this is like Gary's mod but blocky. Alice confirmed. Thank you for the very first Alice fanart dogs. I'm the perfect person to get exploited by Roblox for child labor. I am not a child though. I'd go to the Roblox flesh pits. That's the one piece of Roblox content I saw that looked kind of cool. But I don't know, the problem is I always see it and am like, if this was in Gary's mod it would be so much cooler. It's probably an incorrect thing to think, but my brain is source pilled. That's okay dogs, just say that the tail escaped and is causing mischief. I didn't stuff my hoodie. That's just dog's artistic freedom. I mean, everything has its limitations. I'm sure the limitations of the source engine are different than the ones of Roblox. And Roblox can make stuff source cannot, and vice versa. The reality is that the flesh pits would be hard to make in source because source doesn't like a ton of rough terrain all that much. It could still be done, but it would be quite a lot of work to optimize it and make it run good. But yeah, I think Gary's mod is underutilized. In terms of tuber content anyways. I think there's a lot of weird things in there you can mess with. People will go crazy for the RP, but some of the serious Gary's mod RP stuff is simply insane. Maybe I shouldn't talk about this server since they kind of seem to hate me there. But there's this server that pops up every so often called Bigotten, but they have a lot of really cool stuff going on. It's like if the rapture happened, but you didn't get raptured and you just have to live in hell on earth. At least I think that's the lore. Could be wrong. They have a lot of cool stuff, in-game cutscenes, complex melee combat. Why do they hate me? It's a long story. So I used to run Garry's Mod servers, as you know, in a public fashion, anyone could join. But I was also a student and a teenager, so I was kind of stressed and also a bad and rude person. So I'd be overly mean to people when I shouted and sometimes ban people for flimsy reasons. Not to say I didn't ban people who deserved it, but sometimes I would ban people who didn't as much. Some people hold grudges on that stuff for a while. So some of those people just dislike me, or they disliked the server I ran. Used to be that sometimes a person or two would come to the stream and be like, "Hey Numbers, what's your opinion on Bigotten?" Expecting me to like ban them or get mad. And then I'd be like, it's a cool server, and then they would just leave, I guess. Hasn't happened in a long time though. I don't know if they still do that server or not though, might have moved on to do other stuff. But yeah, point is, there's a lot of really cool inventive Garry's Mod things out there. Like I saw another server that basically ported Fallout Ski and was just like, you play Fallout RP in Garry's Mod. One time a friend of mine had a server that had an insane amount of atmospheric, Silent Hill-esque things. Really nailed that sort of atmosphere, looked really awesome. Gone in a month, just done. I never even got to play it. It's so weird. There's so many crazy things and they just live for like a month and then they die. People move on to the next thing. The main problem is that it's kind of hard to keep the servers actively interesting. There's always downtime between events and things. And so the players go somewhere else that's more new or shinier. But it's so weird to me because this is all what happens. But then people go and play KRP, which largely seems player driven to me. Like, how do I put it? If a server were exactly like KRP in Gary's mod, it would die like instantly because it would be boring to most people. Maybe I am wrong, but it feels that way. With these more inventive servers, it always felt to me like the admins would run a ton of events, slowly get burnt out, and then do less. And then the server would slowly fade away. Well, having character sheets carry over can be a little difficult because everyone wants to do their own things. Like, you can't really carry your Respite character into Cyberpunk, or your Cyberpunk character into the fantasy server. A lot of these Gary's mod servers rent just like City RP stuff either. They're like custom settings, written lores. That's another thing about KRP to me. It's always like you are in the city. And I'm like, where are the nightmarish horrors, milord? I wish there was a nightmarish horror right here. Maybe that's the Respite speaking. But I think if a KRP server could manage to get like monsters roaming around, maybe add a little survival horror, that would go so hard. You're a nightmarish horror Earl? Oh my god, dogs hi. Yeah, I think KRP is really fun to see interactions and stuff. It's largely player driven, so its enjoyment is more or less reliant on the people. Which, for streamers, I think that works quite nicely for them. They're already used to making silly things happen to some degree. That's why I think that the Tuberta server was pretty fun for me to watch, same with the Hololive one. Like in the Hololive KRP thing, they had crazy stuff happening. Like Fubuki would go interrupt Koron and Maya's re-wedding. And it was like a whole big event, largely driven by the players just creating fun and interesting stuff. And that's okay, Piduts, I'll try to forgive you. But yeah, my whole point of this is, I am not sure what the limitations of TRP are, but man, just add some monsters please. My selfish request as someone who does not play it and knows nothing about it really. Add monsters please. That might just be impossible thought. This all came from me talking about doing respite event stuff. Is that good enough? Maybe. I just have too many things I want to do and I don't know which of them I want to do more than others. If you can have Earl cars modded into KTA, why not monsters? Well, KTA already has cars. So it's probably not that hard. A monster you likely have animations the game does not normally support. Different bone rigged sounds. A way to create said NPC. It really depends on how KTA's modding stuff works. And I know nothing about it at all. Gary's mod that stuff works because there's just a framework there already. From what I've seen in a couple KRP servers, it seems like on the programming side of things they might be a little limited. Either it's difficult, nobody has done it before, or just I haven't seen it in the servers I've seen. There's also things like server resources. The server already has to support I don't know, 100 people. Maybe a more complex NPC is simply out of the question. Gary's mod has a ton of problems with optimization and stuff, especially as the player counts get high. I don't think Respite would even function with 100 players, unless you had an insanely powerful server box to run it on. Even with 40 players, I had to set the tick rate to 22 instead of the default of 66. For reference, I think Counter-Strike 2 runs at 128 tick now. The tick rate is basically like how many times does the server think per second. So normally, every 1 second, It runs the think 66 times. 64. Maybe you're right. 04 CS. Yeah, I see. Strangely 66 is the default for Gary's mod. I wonder why it's that number specifically. Welcome Zazukuth. I am talking about things that people probably don't know anything about. Well, it doesn't exactly chug. It's hard to say. So it doesn't really hit the client's frame rate exactly, since the client's tick rate is entirely based on the player themselves. The server's tick rate can affect things like, yeah, the vehicle updates this often. Or like, this NPC has its hit detection this often. So if the tick rate is really low, a lot of physics things can get more scuffed. Or you shoot an NPC in the face, but on the server side, you miss. That's just random technical knowledge, sorry. You probably didn't need that. Really, it's just kind of interesting to see how different systems interact with something that's kind of similar. Like how roleplay in Gary's mod different from roleplay in T5. It's kind of hard for me to tell if the differences are just due to like, what the players are looking for, or due to engine limitations. Like Gary's mod has those heavily modded game modes and stories, whereas T5 is more focused on being in the city. Will this be on the test? Yeah. The test is right now, by the way. Question 1. What is a cat? A cat. B. Dog. C. Raccoon. D. Human. E. None of the above. Please vote in the poll. That was a cat ? Dogs. Completely different. Good information though. A cat is cute. That's true. But it's not an option. True, I guess does give you an escape for normalcy. But what if instead of that, it let you escape from normalcy by sending you to Silent Hill? Wouldn't it be cool if you had like a 100-person TRP server except you're in Silent Hill? You could even have the silly interactions like you're eating pizza. It'd be good, trust me. It was a trick question. Maybe. Numbers fund it. It's up to me. I mean, it'd be really easy. Okay, well, easy is not the right word. I could buy a more expensive Gary's Mod server, put Respite on it, put a large Silent Hill map on it. It's like 80% done. Did you win? You're here watching the stream, which makes you a winner. That's right, chat. All viewers of Numbers stream, winners. Don't deadly premonition post. I should play the game. I said that pilots. What was that cat talking about? Sorry pilots, I forgot the answer to your question at some point. But yeah, I don't know. I bet I could make something pretty cool in Gary's Mod for a big streamer event. But that's just a lot of work and I don't think I have the pull for it right now. I'd need to first convince someone who knows many people. And then somehow also convince them to help me reach out to more people. And then also pray that nothing goes wrong or I will die. You know tubers? Oh, do you? Name every tuber right now. I think there's more than Pecora. But I guess I can't name all of them myself, so maybe you're right. I am glad you enjoy the music. What is the dollhouse? Yeah, TRTY to beat me now. Losers. Sorry, that was rude. I just called you winners too. I don't know where that came from, I guess I just really wanted to win. Tuber group. I've probably heard of some of the people in it. But maybe not the group. Yeah, I am surprised it supported a number that big. I'm not destroying the economy. Also, it's kind of annoying to give points out. I have to actually go to a list and change the number. Stop trying to steal my fake wealth. Not the Bethel quote. Quotes were a mistake. Maybe I should have just stayed a streamer that never says anything and just stares at you. Then I couldn't say anything weird. Oh god, fear. Rapidly quoting. Apparently I have been labeled. What did I mean by quote 185? Let me see. That was a typo. It even clarifies. $145. Let me see that one now. What was 135? Oh, 145. So I was making a number NPC in Gary's mod. But I wanted numbers to be able to kill people if you attacked it. So, someone came in and said that's my friend numbers. Because the NPC was on the screen. And then it attacked me. So I said that as a response. It bit me, dealing like 50 damage. I should probably finish and upload the numbers NPC at some point. The main thing holding me back is just how scuffed the rig looks in the game. And I don't really know how to fix it. Have a nice sleep, Pilots. Sorry for keeping you up so long. It's almost 1 am. I should probably raid somebody soon. Is it something non-brow could help with? I'd like to figure it out myself if possible. I wish to get better at model rigging and animating. I just need to find the time to do it. Numbers is the best tuber. I don't know. What kind of name is Numbers anyways? They like math or something, haha, what a nerd. We should probably raid. Any last words before we do that? Corrupted cat raid. That's going to give the wrong idea, Winder. I don't want that to be misinterpreted. We raided Maya on Wednesday, didn't we? You are really EP. You can sleep. It's allowed. I won't arrest you for it. This time. Did I ever decide on an art tag? We got 7192 art. That's the one I look at usually. We don't have a loot tag though. Raid the Hamburger Country memes tuber. Shift tuber. I was going to raid Ecto because she is a cool rat. I think there is a loot tag, but I don't know what it is. Riot may have made one. I like the idea of cat like cat boss cat keep. Thanks Windows. You did do a lot of that today. A lot of gaslighting. Let me grab that. Catlight X7192 Kua Cat Boss X7192 Xnag Cat Keep X7192 Menace. Use that. That's your raid message. We will raid Ecto, she is a rat. A rat that happens to be dead. Thank you all for watching. Whether it was live or the VOD. I hope you all have a nice day and or night. And I will see you next time. I'm not going to harm you if you don't draw art. Please don't be afraid, it's okay. Sorry dogs. That cat was never real.